Alright. Don't know exactly what I'm doing, but I'm maybe gonna look at music theory or get into Godot again. Just super tired right now. Oh yeah, I don't think I've installed MuseScore on here yet, have I? Yeah, I did. Never mind. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I said WW2, didn't it? Okay. What exactly is learner.org? I feel like I've learned. Okay, this feels like it's different from what I was expecting. Hmm. Some of this stuff probably has a reason for being archive results from 2016. Yeah, it's okay. This was 2016 too, so that probably got bought by someone else. All these are 2016, so maybe that's not that relevant. Anyway, hey, let me just like look at this book for a minute. guessing this is not gonna work, but oh. Wait. The difference in resolution is so annoying. Okay. Well, I wonder if I can just type the code and check. It says it's only usable by one user, so I don't think it'll work at all, but nah. Oh well. Oh, I still have this up here. Whoops. You know what? Let me go back to that. Purchase the newest. Oh, the ebook is no longer for sale. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is a lot. This book has 848 pages. Let me go back to Godot. Heck. Why is it doing that?
In this tutorial, we're going to create a layout in Godot, i.e.
Hello? Why is it not scaling right? Oh, I'm zoomed in, that's why. Duh. Alright. So, last thing we did was we made tweens for the laser animation, which isn't perfect. You know what? I'm gonna leave a note about that as well, even though that one's obvious and I can find that later. Let's see, where did I save it?
we're going to add some text and a health indicator. For that, we are going to learn some new things. So far, we always placed sprites via pixel positions. In fact, we always placed everything via pixel positions. In Node 2D, a sprite, an animated sprite, a marker 2D, they are always placed via an X and a Y position. However, for layouts, we are going to learn about a different system. They basically work via ratios. That is because when you want to create a layout, you usually want to have something right in the middle of the window, or to cover the left half of the window, or something like that. You don't really care about specific pixel positions. You want to have some relative positioning. And that is what we're going to learn about. I suppose let's jump right in. Back in Godot, here we have the level scene open, and I, with the level node selected, want to add a label node. And you can see this one is green. All of the layout nodes or control nodes in Godot are green, and that tells you that those are working slightly differently. But let's select a label. And there in the inspector, you can see we can write some text. That text also appears, and that's looking pretty good. Now, you can also simply drag this text around perfectly fine. But that's not really what you're supposed to do. Also, I accidentally moved the background. That you can prevent by locking it with this icon, which I really like to do. In fact, let's do the same thing to the stars, to the borders, and to the meteors and...
Oh wait, what is he doing? He locking everything?
Lasers. They shouldn't be selectable at all. Lasers. They stars, to the borders, and to the meteors.
So...
Accidentally move the background. That you can prevent by locking it with this icon, which I really like to do. In fact, let's do the same thing to the stars, to the borders, and to the meteors and lasers. They shouldn't be selectable at all.
What's that?
The only thing we should be able to move is the ship and the text. So, we can move the text around, and if I start the game, this is also working totally fine. But that's not really how you're supposed to use them. Instead, you can see some green needly pin kind of things, and at the top we have a couple of selection options. The one you should care about the most is the drop-down one, and there you can set an anchor. For example, you can set the text right to the center of the window. Although you can see that the center right now is the center of these needle points. And if I select the top left, you can see this a bit better. We are always relative to these pins. Now, you could try to expand them with the bottom right symbol, but that doesn't work right now. The reason for that is that you shouldn't really mix control nodes and 2D nodes. They tend to confuse each other. But a good way to connect them is with another node, and this one is called a canvas layer. Usually you put control nodes right on there. And if I put the label on there, you can now see, if I zoom out, that the pins are covering the entire window. And with that, I can now select the center, and the text is indeed in the center. This would also work with all of the other positions. Understanding these kind of control nodes, especially in the beginning, is probably one of the most confusing parts of Godot. Basically, you always want to use a canvas layer, and then you want to use the anchors to position the text in a certain spot. In my case, I want the text to be at the top. And later on, this would be the score. So it would just display a number, let's say 1, 2, 3, and 4. And while we are here, we can also set the horizontal alignment to center. That looks a bit better. Also, to style this one a bit more, you could set a theme, and this theme would be quite powerful. It could set the font, the color, the style of the font, but that's quite a bit. What we want to do instead is the theme override. And there you can customize everything individually. For example, for the color, we can have a font color with whatever you want. Let's go with something slightly blue, I suppose. That looks about right. Next up, you can also customize the font. And the font is simply going to be a file we have in our graphics folder. If I minimize the stars and look, look at font, there we have a font.
Time to download fonts. Oops. Oh, nice. You have to log in. Very cool. Sure. Oh my gosh. I don't remember what I set my stuff to. The heck? Oh well. actually kind of good. Wait, why does it keep showing me ones I've seen? The heck? Weird. You know what? I kind of like the non-split one. Hmm. Oh boy, here we go. What's this? Uh-huh, very cool. What is the difference between a true type, a TTF, and an OTF? I don't remember. Okay. Well, this is way more in depth. What the? Broadcasting element is considered to be one self-contained consumable unit, such as one commercial, one episode of a TV series, one feature film, one music. A little bit of a gray area here. Using fonts as display text, blah blah blah. As long as the font files are encoded, protected, or hidden. Okay, yeah. Okay. Wait, what's a WOFF? Web open font format. Okay. doesn't have numbers. Dang. Sure.
Although you can simply go to quick load and then Godot is going to find all of the font files in the project. We only have a single one, so open that one, and now we get a different kind of font. To make it a bit larger, you want to go to font size, tick the box, and then make this thing quite a bit larger. You probably want to go to a fairly large number, let's say 50. And that looks reasonably okay. Let's try to run the game, and there we have a score all the way at the top. And I do not like the color. Let's go to color and simply change this to a pure white. I think that works better. Righty, with that we have some basic text. However, I don't like this text to be right at the top. And to fix that, we can learn about another system, or another node to be a bit more specific, and that is called a margin container, which wants to have a child. And now some weird stuff happened. Basically, the
Oh. Minimum size of nodes bounding rectangle. Oh, okay.
margin container also needs to be set in a specific position, which I want to be the top left. And then the margin container will become the container for the label. So the label now cannot be set anymore on its own. Instead, the margin container is taking over the positioning. And well, we have set it in the top left, so far no difference. But what we can now do is once again go to theme overrides and make sure you are in the margin container. And there you can go to constants, and now if I...
Oh. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's probably the better way to do it.
Expand this window, we have margin top, and in there you can set some margins. I want to go with 20. And now if I run all of this, we have the text with a bit of an offset at the top. Those are the two main things you have to learn about control nodes. Number one, they are always set via an anchor, this system at the top. And besides that, you have lots of nodes that organize other nodes, like a margin container for example. Another node that we are going to need is called an HBox container. This one is arranging its children along the horizontal axis. You can actually see it at the bottom. Let's add this one. And I want this node to be in the bottom left. And to this, I want to add another node, which is a texture rectangle, which is basically a sprite 2D except as a control node. So if I add this, we cannot see anything by default because we have to add a texture. And for this one, once again, I like to use quick load because in there we have the different lives. So if you type
oh boy. Might need to make some more assets.
type life, you can see life 1 with the different colors. Since the player ship is red, I want to go with player life 1 red. If I now press enter, we have 1 life in the bottom left. Although this one is a bit squashed.
Alright, you know what? I'll just take those and do the same thing basically. Oop. Well, let me redo that. Just remove the dithering because I don't think I want it. Well, maybe I can add dithering later. Not really. Since I'm not dropping down any, guess I did like that, but then it just looks bad, so I'll keep it like this.
This happens because of the stretch mode. There we have scale. I want to go with key. You can customize the sizing here quite substantially, but I want to keep it simple. Now, what is really important about the HBox container is that if we do duplicated texture rectangle, we always add a child to the right or on the horizontal axis. What you can also do with the HBox container selected, you can once again go to theme overrides, constants, and then set a separation. That tells you how much separated these are. In pixels. And with that, we have a couple of lives at the bottom. Although for those, I also want to have some margins. And to make that work, we need another margin container, with the HBox container being a child of that. Once again, the system. At the moment, we have the margin container in the top left, but this one should rather be in the bottom left. And then I can zoom in, go to theme overrides, constants, and give it a margin on the left and a margin at the bottom. I suppose we can go with
Oh, whoops. There we go. Wait, why is it doing that? So this timer is just what I had left over from the 4 hours of the first stream. So when this timer runs out, I'm just gonna set it back to 2 hours. And then that means I'll be streaming till like 4... 4:15, and then I'll probably stream again around 5:15.
$10 for each of those. Although actually the bottom we already get because of the scaling behavior, so that one's totally fine. And with that, we have...
I did something differently here, aside from... understand that. What? What the?
We have a couple of lives at the bottom. Although for those I also want to have some margins, and to make that work we need another margin container, with the hbox container being a child of that. Once again, the system. At the moment we have the margin container in the top left, but this one should rather be in the bottom left.
There we go. And then I can zoom in, go to theme overrides, constants, and give it a margin on the left and a margin at the bottom. I suppose we can go with 10 for each of those. Although actually the bottom we already get because of the scaling behavior, so that one's totally fine. And with that, we have a reasonably sized UI. That is looking not too bad. Cool, that is covering the UI for the game. And let's rename this to UI. Although... Oh, did he set his canvas layer to be like... Yeah, my background isn't bigger like his is. Oh well.
So that being said, this UI should probably be its own scene, because it does get quite complex. To achieve that, you can simply right-click, and then somewhere in there, you can save the branch as a scene. If you click on that, you can save a new scene, and I want to keep that inside of my scenes. If I now save it, we have replaced this with a UI, and we can open it, and there we have the
Wait, what?
you can save the branch as a scene. If you click on that, you can save a new scene, and I want to keep that inside of my scenes. If I now save it, we have replaced this with a UI, and we can open it, and
Oh, I see.
there we have the entire layout quite nicely done. Cool. Now, understanding this system is incredibly important, so let's do an exercise. I want you to create a game over screen. It should look something like this. Just to be clear, game over and your score should both be in the middle, and they should be aligned along the vertical axis. After that, there should be space to start again, or press space to start again all the way at the bottom with a bit of padding. Also, you do want to have a background for all of this. That's also important. And as a tip, the background color is a hexadecimal code that you can see on the screen right now. If you don't know what the hexadecimal code is, just don't worry about it and pick a random color. Besides that, a couple of useful nodes are going to be color rect, VBox container, and center container. They do what the name implies. So I'll pause the video now.
Um, Okay, wait, I don't want that. I want it. I don't know. Whatever. We'll do it here. Not sure there's any reason why I need the VBox container though, is there? Kinda weird.
And see how far you get. Alright, back inside of Godot. I want to create a new scene, and this should be a user interface. For this part, by the way, we don't need a canvas layer like for the UI, because we are not going to mix 2D nodes with control nodes. We simply
I see.
work with control nodes.
Yeah.
Let's rename the node right away to game over and save it under scenes with game over. That one looks good. And now we can build the layout. First of all, I want to create a color rectangle for the background color. And this one has a white color at the moment that you can customize to whatever you like. And down there, you can see a hexadecimal code. If you don't know what that means, basically the first two numbers are for the amount of red, the third and fourth number is for the amount of green, and the final two numbers are for the amount of blue. So for example, if I set all of this to only have red with the full amount, we get FF for red and then 0 for everything else. If I remove the amount of red and only have green, then we get 0, 0, FF, and 0, 0. The F might throw you off. This scale for this goes from 0 to F. So 0 to 9, then we go to A, B, C, D, E, and F. That way, you have a few more values to work with. But ultimately, nobody really works with these numbers manually. Instead, you use a color picker or some kind of slider to just pick a color you like. In my case, I already did all of this in Photoshop, and this is the color I want. If I now click out of the box, we're getting this spacey looking background purple. Although at the moment, it only covers a very small part of the window. To fix that, we want to go to the anchor and fill the entire window. That looks much better. Then we can rename this thing to...
right. Use an anchor. Okay. So... anchors preset. Wait.
In my case, I already did all of this in Photoshop, and this is the color I want.
How do I fit?
If I now click out of the box, we're getting this spacey looking background purple. Although at the moment, it only covers a very small part of the window. To fix that, we want to go to the anchor and fill the entire window. That looks much better. Then we can rename this thing to...
Crap.
and then lock it so it doesn't get in the way. To the anchors in Photoshop, D for everything. Whatever you like. Over, that one looks good. And now we can build the layout. First of all, I want to create a color, whatever you like. So what that means. And define to the F, nobody reading this spacey looking background purple. Although at the moment, it only covers a very small part of the window. To fix that, we want to go to the anchor and fill the entire window. That looks much better. Then we can rename this thing to PG and then lock it so it doesn't get in the way. Cool, that covers the first part. Next up, I'm going to give...
Oh boy. What did I do? What the fuck? What in the world?
Alright, back inside of Godot. I want to create a new scene, and this should be a user interface. For this part, by the way, we don't need a canvas layer like for the UI, because we are not going to mix 2D nodes with control nodes.
That's why. What the flip? There we go.
Simply work with control nodes. Let's rename the node right away to game, write game, and next up, I want to place some text in the middle of the window. For that, I'm going to use a center container, which by itself has to cover the entire window. This one, as a child, is going to get a label, where we can write game over. Although that's not the only thing I want to have in there. There should be another piece of text right below. And for that, I'm going to give the center container a child, which would be a VBox container, and then place the label in there as a child. This one right now doesn't do anything, but if I duplicate the text, now we get two labels right on top of each other. The second label should say something like score 0. We're going to change this later via code anyway, so don't worry too much about it. Also, both of those should be centered. So horizontal alignment, center for both. After that, we have to set some styling. Under theme overrides, I want to go to font and then quick load the tsunami.ttf file. Also, under font size, I want to have a custom font size. Let's go with 60. Looks about right. The same thing we want to do to the score in there. Under theme overrides, fonts, we want to quick load the font once again. And then go to font sizes. And I guess for this one, 25 maybe? Something like that. Simply play around with the numbers and see what looks good. And with that, we have the center text. So now we can minimize this and work on the final bit. For this, I want to have some text at the bottom with a bit of a margin that says, let me add the label. It should say, press space to start again. This text should be in the center bottom. And for that, I want to use a margin container, with this label being a child of that. And now this system should be fairly straightforward. I want to place the margin container in the center bottom, and then go to theme overrides, constants, give it a margin at the bottom of, let's say, 20 pixels. Just choose whatever you want in here. Finally, in the label, we have to give this thing a theme override as well, where we have quick load, the tsunami.ttf, and a font size of 25 as well. Or maybe this one could be a bit smaller, 20. These numbers are fairly subjective. And alright, with that, we have a layout. That is actually looking not bad at all. That covers another really important part of Godot. So by now, you should have at least a basic understanding of how to create layouts. Now, this system becomes much more powerful. If you look at the control nodes, there is quite a bit of material you could be working with. So this will take you a while to learn. But if you get used to it, it's incredibly powerful. And as a matter of fact, all the Godot layout is itself made with this kind of system. But anyway, next up, we're going to make the UI work, which would give us an actual game. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we are going to finish the main part of the video, which basically means we have to work more with the layout, do scene transitions, and then figure out how to send data across various scenes in Godot. I suppose let's jump right in and explain the problem. The main scene we are working in is the level. So level.scene has most of the things we need to work with. However, besides that, for example, if the player gets hit, we want to update things in the UI, which is a completely separate scene. On top of that, when the player runs out of health, then we want to go to the game over screen, and if the player presses space in there, we want to go back to the level. Also, we want to keep a score and send this score to the game over screen once the game is over. Which means overall, this part is going to be a lot about sending data across various scenes and loading other scenes from one scene, which is also super useful and quite easily done. Although, first of all, let's start working on the UI, where we have actual health indicators. So at the moment, we simply have 5 health icons because in the UI, we have added 5 texture rectangles. Good start, but not ideal. For that, instead, I want to work in the level script. And then give me a bit more space. To make all of this work, I want to have some method to check the collision between a meteor and the player. That is already the first problem, because at the moment, when we are creating a meteor, we, well, have a meteor. But so far, every time we added a signal, we did it manually via the inspector. So for example, for the player, here you could select all of the signals. But that we cannot do for the meteors, because they are created in code and we couldn't add them manually anymore. To fix that, we first of all want to work inside of the meteor. In there, we need to work with another signal. So let me open up the meteor and go to node and signals. So we already have a body entered, which is the method we created a while back, and that doesn't do very much. It simply prints the body and body entered. That we don't want anymore. Instead, we want to emit another signal, meaning all the way at the top, we want to create a signal, let's call it collision. And this signal we want to emit, i.e. collision.emit, without any parameters. That way we know if a body has entered. But this we now cannot use right away, because we cannot manually add a signal to all of this because it's created via code. So we have to add all of this via code as well. Let's call it connect the signal. All we want to do is get the node. Node we created, meteor, and then connect. Now we need 2 arguments. The first one is the signal we want to capture, which in our case is called collision. The one we just created. This one here. After that, we have to run some kind of method. I call that one on_meteor_collision. Now Godot is going to complain that this method does not exist. So let's create it right below with func onMeteorCollision without any parameters. And in there, we can simply print meteor collision in level. And now I can run all of this, and we should still get a collision on meteor collision in level. This is working.
Oops.
Simply print meteor collision in level. And now I can run all of this, and we should still get a collision on meteor collision in level. This is working pretty well. Cool. And just to go through what happened. Inside of the meteor, we have an inbuilt signal on body entered, which is triggered every time a body is entering this area 2D. That part should still be fairly easy. After that, we are emitting a signal that we have called collision. And this is a custom signal, very similar compared to what we have done for the player. So if you look at the player code, there we have signal laser. And this we are capturing inside of the level. We go to the player, there we have a laser. Or a laser signal to be a bit more specific. And for the meteors, we want to connect a similar thing, except for those, we can't do it because we are generating all of the meteors via code. As a consequence, we also have to attach a signal via code because we couldn't do it manually anymore. After that, we are getting an on-meteor collision, and that's all we really need. Also, there should be an underscore at the beginning to keep the naming a bit more consistent. So, on-meteor collision with lots of underscores. With that, we have a signal that tells us if the player and the meteor collide. If that is the case, I want to update the health of the player, and for that, inside of the level, I want to have var health, which should be an integer, and let's say the health of the player at the start is going to be 3. A completely random number, just choose whatever you like in here. Okay, now, after that, when we have a collision between the player, and let's say the health of the player at the start is going to be 3. A completely random number, just choose whatever you like in here. Okay, now, after that, when we have a collision between the player and the meteor, we want to reduce this amount, so health minus equal 1. On top of that, if health is below 0, or let's say below or equal to 0, then we want to go to the game over screen, but for now, let's simply print that. Also, just to make sure we can see what's going on, I want to print the health. So, let's try all of this. If I collide with meteor, we get 2. One, and if I collide again, 0, dead. Cool, this is working. But obviously, we don't just want to print health or dead, we want to actually update the UI. But now we have another problem. UI is in a different scene. We are currently in the level and we have to update the UI. Now, you could get the UI and then run a method on it. That would work, but not what I want to do, because sometimes the UI is quite far away from the code you are running. Instead, there's a better way to globally get to a certain kind of scene. And that is something we haven't seen yet, groups. You can place any node inside of a group and then get them globally, i.e. anywhere inside of the game, which is incredibly powerful. You see it fairly often that you have a group with a single node, and you have this set up to simply target this specific node anywhere inside of the script. The player really often is in a group called player as well, simply to get the player immediately from literally anywhere. So, in this case, I want to create a group called UI and then add it. And now you can see in the scene tree that we have this symbol. That means the node is inside of a group. That allows us to capture it anywhere inside of the code. So at the moment, we are working inside of level.gd, the code attached to the level scene. So at the moment, we are in level. But I want to get to UI. For that, I can get the scene tree and then call a group. Group. This one wants to first of all get the name of the group. In my case, this is called UI. After that, it wants to have a name of the method I want to call. After that, we want to have a string with the name of the method we want to call. I'm going to call this one setHealth. It doesn't exist right now, but we can create it in just a second. And after that, you can see some dots in the hint. You can add extra arguments. In my case, I want to have the amount of health. Whatever you specify in there is going to be passed into the function as
Yeah, I guess this would be better to do in the UI.
as an argument. So with that, let me exit the code screen, go to UI. And in there, I want to attach a script to the UI, which we can store in the usual way, and we can have an empty script. We want to create a function called setHealth, which needs to have one parameter, the amount of health. I suppose we can simply call it amount. It feels a bit better. And in there, for now, I simply want to print the amount. And just to make sure we are in the UI, I also want to print UI. So what is going to happen now is that inside of the level, we are calling the group UI and call the setHealth method for all of them, while passing the health information into it. Since our UI group only has a single node attached, we are only going to run this set health once. But let's try it first of all. If I If I now collide with a meteor, we get 2, 1, and 0 UI. So we are calling this information. It worked pretty well. And that's basically all you really have to know about groups. They are ultimately fairly simple, and you can attach one node to a single or to multiple groups. And that's basically it. It doesn't get that much more complicated, but it's incredibly useful. But anyway, now we have to figure out how to actually make this set health work to update the UI. At the moment, we have 5 texture rectangles in there, and this I don't really like. Here's what we are going to do instead. First of all, whenever we are updating the health, so we are setting the health, we are first going to remove all children from the HBox container. Let's simply say remove all children. And after that, we're going to create new children, and the amount is set by health. I.e., if we have a health of 2, we're going to create 2 texture rectangles with the particular texture. With that system, we always get the right amount of health that corresponds to the amount of health that the player has. In the level. Although to implement all of that, we need a couple of things. First of all, we have to remove all of the children. That part is fairly easy. We want to get the margin container and then use a for loop. So for child in margin container and then get underscore children. Don't forget to call this one. And after you have done it, to delete a node, all you need is Q3. This one deletes a node. Since we are calling set health every time we are colliding with a meteor, if we are now colliding with a meteor in the game, all of the health icons should disappear. And they do. That looks pretty good. So next up, we have to recreate them, which is going to be the margin container and then use a for loop. So for child in margin container and then get underscore children. Don't forget to call this one. And after you have done it, to delete a node, all you need is Q3. This one deletes a node. Since we are calling set health every time we are colliding with a meteor, if we are now colliding with a meteor in the game, all of the health icons should disappear. And they do. That looks pretty good. So next up, we have to recreate them, which is going to be another for loop. Let's say for I in amount. And if you come from Python, this is going to look a bit weird because in Python,
Why does it have like a tab there? Why do you do that?
Python, you always need the ranged function to actually loop over an integer. In Godot or GDScript, you don't need that at all, which makes things a bit easier. We want to create an entirely new node. Although you could also create a separate scene with the health texture and then spawn that, but we don't really need that. Instead, I want to create a texture rectangle. And to create a node entirely from scratch, all you really need is texture rectangle, so the name of the node, and then the new keyword. That way, you are creating a new node. Another way to think about it would be that this is somewhat similar compared to instantiate, where you are taking a blueprint and then create a node from that, except now we have an inbuilt blueprint. Next up then, we have to get this texture rectangle and assign a texture to it. This we are getting via load. And now we have to load the one image, I think I called it player live 1 red. Fairly long path, but the Godot hints here work really well. However, this system is a bit inefficient because we are loading the same image multiple times for every I in the for loop. A better way of handling this would be to create a variable right at the beginning, which I'm going to call image. And in there, we're going to store what we have loaded. That way, we can reuse it and only load it once. Feels much better. Also, what we can do is turn this image into a static variable. which for this variable is what we want to do. With that, we have a texture rectangle with a texture. All we have to do now is to add it to this margin container, or the hbox container inside of the margin container. So all I want to do is get the hbox container inside of margin container 2 and then add a child, which is going to be the texture rectangle. That is actually all we need. Now I can start all of this again, and we should go to the proper amount of health. Although that's a bit hard to see. Let me run all of this again. If I now get hit once by a meteor, we go to 2 texture rectangles, and now we get to 1 and 0. So this is working. Although the scaling is getting a bit weird. And to fix that, look at 1 texture rectangle and then look at the stretch mode. This is the property we have updated, and we have to set it to keep. If you have our stretch mode, you can see in code we can target this via stretch mode. I want to get the text rectangle and then get the stretch mode. And then Godot is giving us all of the hints that we need. We want to get stretch.keep. And that should fix everything. If I now run the game again, that feels much better. Although the one issue we have right now is that by default we have 5 texture rectangles. To fix that, I want to get rid of all of these texture rectangles and have no child inside of hbox container. The issue with that though is that by default now we don't have any health at the beginning, but once we collide we have 2 health. Very confusing. That we can fix though quite easily. All we have to do is to call this call group another time in the script somewhere, ideally when we are starting the game. So in the ready function, let's call it set up health UI. And we have to call this same method, and that's all we really have to do because health is what we really want. If I now run all of this again, we can see we have 3 health at the beginning, and this decreases every
Oh, my bad.
fix everything. If I now run the game again, that feels much better. Although the one issue we have right now is that by default we have this same method. This again, we can see, oh, although now if we go to negative, we can print def, but nothing else is happening. So that we have to work on next. Basically, all that we want to do is, if the player's health goes below 0, then we want to change the scene to game over. And Godot makes that part really easy. All we have to do is get the scene tree again, and then change scene either to file or to packed. File is what I want to use for this case. And now we have to specify what scene we want to go to. And for that, I want to exit the full screen code view and go to my scenes, because in there we have gameover.tscn. Simply drag this in there, and now we should be going to this scene. If I run the code and get hit by a meteor a couple of times, we get to game over. Cool, that looks pretty good. What we now have to figure out is how to go back to the main game, which should happen on this screen if we are pressing space. That part is going to be your exercise. I want you guys to return to the game if the player presses space. Pause the video now and see if
Okay, is this gonna reset? No. Cool. At least I don't think it is. Wait, it could be. No, we're good. Cool. Wait. Oh, right. It's there. Wait. Hold up. um Okay, I want both of these to go after this. That should be right. So seems a lot better. That actually... No. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
See if we can figure this one out. Back in Godot, I want to work inside of game over. In there, first of all, we need to have a script, which we can create in the usual way, and we don't need ready, at least for now, and the comment we also don't need anymore. All we really want to check is if the player is pressing space, which in our case is the shoot action. So we can simply go with if input is action, either just pressed or pressed, both would be just fine. I would go with just pressed. And then shoot. If that is the case, I want to do the same thing I've done before. Get the tree and then change scene either to packed or to file.
Yeah. I guess it should be shoot. That's fair. Although, yeah, sure.
I suppose, just to cover both, I want to go to packed. And now Godot wants to have a packed scene. Like we have seen or pressed, both would be just fine. I would go with just pressed. And then shoot. If that is the case, I want to do the same thing I've done before. Get the tree and then change scene either to packed or to file. I suppose, just to cover both, I want to go to packed. And now Godot wants to have a packed scene. Like we have seen before, so for example, in the level. All the way at the top, we have two packed scenes, the meteor scene and the level scene. The same thing I want to do for the main game scene, so let's call it the var level scene, which has to be a packed scene, and all we need to do to get this one is load it with.
So this just means that the scene is preloaded, right? So like when you... Right? Like if the game over screen was a packed scene and I had that as a variable here, then it would load the game over screen when I load the level scene. I assume there's no reason why that wouldn't be the better thing to do. With a game like this. I don't know, I kind of feel like change scene to file makes more sense here.
Level.tscn.
Maybe this one should be packed in level though.
This is what we want to pass into this change scene to packed method. Level scene. Let's try. If I now run all of this, I can die, and if I now press space, we are back. This is looking pretty good, and we also have the amount of health at the beginning, so all of this is working pretty good. Cool. Also, what you can do is sometimes you want to select one specific scene to load, and this you can do in the editor via export once again. If I now go to game over, we can select a level scene right in the editor. So if you go to quick load, then you can select all of the scenes in the game. In my case, the level. And the output would still be exactly the same. If I now get hit, there we go. Everything works just as before. Next up then, we have to implement the timer. At the moment in the level, the timer is simply a static number. It's actually in the UI. There we have a label that just doesn't do anything. It's a static number. To make this one more interactive, I want to give the entire scene a timer, which I can call the score timer. And basically, once we are starting this, it is going to trigger once every second, and it keeps on going forever. As a matter of fact, we can simply set auto start to true, and then it's going to start right away with the rest of the game. After that, we can go to signals and connect the signal to the UI, and then it's going to start right away with the rest of the game. After that, we can go to signals and connect the signal to the UI. On timeout. In there, basically what we want to do is do something like time elapsed and then plus equal 1 every time the timer triggers out. This time elapsed doesn't exist right now. So let's create a variable with time elapsed, and this one should be an integer. I suppose a bit more explicit way of doing this would be semicolon equals 0. That way you know exactly what the start value is, although those two would be equivalent. But anyway, now we have time elapsed, and let's just print what we are getting. Time elapsed. If I now run the game, we should be seeing seeing 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. The score does keep increasing. All we have to figure out now is how to actually show this in the score. That part is fairly easy. All we have to do is get the label inside of the margin container. And on this, we want to update the text, which has to be a string of time elapsed.
Shoot, did I make sure that that font has numbers? I don't remember which one I used for it, but okay, so that would be pretty much how I do the other one. No, not really. I've just been doing like UI stuff and sending signals from one scene to another. I'm almost done with this tutorial.
If I now run this again, after 1 second, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Meaning all that we have to
Wait a minute. Does mine do that too? No, it doesn't.
do in the scene, we have to update the default value to a 0. That way, I can...
Maybe mine was just running faster. I don't. Yeah.
Can run all of this again, and now we get 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. That looks pretty good. With that, we have a working UI. However, there's one more problem. And that is, I do get the UI, but now if I go to the game over screen, the score is always going to be 0. That is because at the moment we have no way to connect the level health to the game over health. Now you could put game over inside of a group and then work via that. That would be one way to approach it. However, since I want to cover a variety of ways, I want to cover another approach. And that is to use a global script. When I look at the file system in the bottom, I want to create a new folder, which you can do by right-clicking and then create a new folder. You could also create a scene, a script, or something else. I want to create a new folder and call it global. Then Godot is going to do a thing for a second, and then we have a new folder. Sometimes it gets stuck in this view, you just have to save it and then it updates. In there, I now want to create a new script. And this one needs to have a name. I want to call it global. Also, it should be empty by default. If I now create it, I have a new script that I can click on, and all we have is extends node. Node is the most simple node in Godot, and a script is always attached to a node. But this one isn't going to do very much.
Wait, how did I do that
That's
twice?
okay though, because in there, we only want to store a single variable. Let's call it the score, which can be 0 by default. Also, I want to make sure that this is always an integer. Now, we have one script, and this script I want to have available in literally every scene. And for that, I can go to Project, Project Settings, and there we have Auto Load. This one automatically loads the script into every single scene. And the way you're using it is, first of all, you select a scene, which in my case is in global and global.gd. Then we have to give it a name, and this is how you would target this kind of script anywhere inside of the game. Global is usually a pretty good name. And now you have to click on Add, and you can also enable or disable it. And this is all you have to do. And basically what happened now, if I run the game and go to the editor and remote, there you can see we have global. And if...
Okay, so now that means I can go to the game over screen and which one? This one. I guess I need a script for it. Wait, no, this is the script for it. Wait.
I go to the game over screen. Now in remote you can see we are in game over, but we also still have global, which is really useful because with that system we have the score available everywhere, and we can both change it and read it. Which means inside of the UI, when we are increasing time elapsed, I also want to increase the score. And for that, we want to go to global and then get the score. And simply set this to the time elapsed. After that, inside of the game over script, when this scene is starting, meaning in func_ready,
Right.
we want to update this score text. And for that, inside of the inspector, I can get rid of the score 0 and simply keep the score, and let's say a semicolon. All we have to do now is score. And simply set for ready. We want to update this score text. And for that, inside of the inspector, I can get rid of
Um, oops. There.
of the score 0 and simply keep the score, and let's say a semicolon. All we have to do now is get the current text and then add the score at the end. For that, first of all, we have to get the label node. You might want to give it a custom name, but I simply want to get label 2, and then Godot gives me a hint with usually the correct answer. And on there, I want to update the text. And by the way, this text you can both write on and read, which means the proper value for this one could be, and let me expand all of this, the current text, and then plus a string of global.score. And now with that, I can run the entire game, and if I get hit a couple of times, we get a score of 0. If I start out of this again, we start again with 0, and let me survive a few more seconds. If I now die again, we get a score of 4. And this I can do over and over again. It always works in the same way. Perfect. And with that, we have basically all of the game, although there's one part that I did forget to include, and that is the lasers should destroy the meteors. That part though is fairly easy. All we have to do inside of the meteors, there we already have a script. We want to add another signal. And for that, you want to have the meteor selected. We know that the only area we have in the code that can collide with the meteors is going to be the laser, meaning every time an area entered, we know a laser has entered. So I want to connect this signal.
Okay.
And now, if that is the case, I first of all want to get the area that has entered and then Q3 it, which means we're going to remove it. And after that, I want to Q3 the meteor as well. That way, we're getting rid both of the laser and of the meteor. Let's try, and let me try to hit the meteor. That looks pretty good. And there we go. Cool, this is working. Finally, the debugger is... For that, I want to Q3 the meteor as well.
Right. That's really simple.
That way, we're getting rid both of the laser and of the meteor. Let's try, and let me try to hit a meteor. That looks pretty good.
What does that mean? Object A can detect the contact with object B only if object B is in any of the layers that object A scans. Yeah, so wouldn't I need this to be set to 4? Or am I supposed to be putting this code? Hang on.
Oh, a laser is entered. So I want to connect this signal. And now if that is the case, I first of all want to get the area that has entered and then Q3 it, which means we're going to remove it. And after that, I want to Q3 the meteor as well. That way, we're getting rid both of the laser and of the meteor. Let's try, and let me try to hit a meteor. That looks pretty good. And there we go. Cool, this is working. Finally, the debugger is complaining, and that's never a good sign, and all we get in this video, we're going to cover we want to look for a body has entered. So double click on that, and now we are getting another dialog that we have to connect this signal to some kind of script, which we cannot do at the moment because the meteor scene doesn't have a script. To fix that, let's give the meteor a script. Now, if I now click on the meteor again and double click on body, click on connect, and this also, what for this? We have laser dot, and if do make sure that you understand what you are doing here. A timer. And a timer, well, is easy to fix. So with the level selected, I want to attach a node. Welcome back. In this part, we are going to create scenes via script. I do not want to add the child to the parent node, so the node with the script at the moment. I want to add it to the meteors. And for that, I can simply entire level. And the player can collide with them, but also the meteors are colliding with them, which is not ideal. And because of that, if I run the code again, we get all of these messages that a static body 2D has entered the area 2D of the meteor, which I really don't want. So ideally, I want the meteors to ignore these words entirely. And that you can do fairly easily. So if I go to the meteor, there we have collision. And in there we have a layer and we have a mask. The way this system works is that every physics object is on a layer and it can see whatever is on a mask. For example, right now the meteor is on layer 1 and it can see all of the other physics objects which are also on this layer. At the moment, every single physics object is on layer 1 and can only see mask 1, so everything can see everything else. But now, watch what happens if I set this to a 2. Then if I run the code again, the meteors are not going to collide with anything, simply because none of the physics object is on the second layer. However, if I set the player on this layer, so under collision, I want the player to be on layer 2. If I now run this again, the meteors can see the player again, so we get the function back, and this is much better. Although this system can get very complex, so simply working with numbers isn't great. Instead, what you usually do is you go to Project, Project Settings, and in there we have under Layer Names, 2D Physics, and there you can give each layer a name. In my case, for the names, usually layer 1 is player for me, layer 2 in this case I want to be meteor, layer 3 is going to be waltz, and layer 4 is going to be laser. And with that, we have to make quite a few updates. So let's go through it step by step. First of all, we have the player itself, and the player should only be laser.
Did I do that? I feel like I... Oh, you have to like hit enter maybe. I don't know.
And with that, we have to make quite a few updates. So let's go through it step by step. First of all, we have the player itself, and the player should only be on layer 1, which is for the player. The player then should not be able to see itself. However, it should be able to see the meteors and the walls, but it cannot see the lasers. Those we haven't worked on yet, but that's going to come later. Next up, the meteors. The meteors should not be on the player layer, instead they should be on layer number 2. And they can only see the player, and they should also be able to see the lasers. After that, we have the lasers, and the lasers under collision should be on layer 3, or actually. And they should be able to see, not the player, but they should be able to see the meteors. Finally, we have the level, because in the level we have the 4 static bodies. Those also need to be updated, because at the moment they can only see layer 1, which is the player. That's a good start, but they shouldn't be the player themselves. They should instead be...
I don't understand why this wouldn't work. Invalid set index message. Oh. So laser equals laser scene instantiate. So I'm getting the laser node from the laser scene. So laser position is actually this, which is why it's saying vector 2. So when I do laser position equal pause, that's trying. I mean, what happens if I put vector 2 here? Position. Easy. Laser start position equals vector 2 position. Player laser. So that is these two. Met lasers. Wait. What does it mean by previously freed? Like, Why can I not see the comment? Yeah, maybe it would simplify things if I had the player scripts, or like made the player position a global variable in this global script. Player emit global position. Signal player. Wait. I don't know. I feel like that not work. Wait. So, on every time it gets player position, it changes the laser position to there's laser start position. Here I'm doing laser position. If I did the variable, I mean, I guess I wouldn't be using this, right? But if I did this here, this nonsense. When does it emit? If shoot is pressed, emit laser start position. Wait, what? Oh man, I don't remember this. What? Where's laser start position? What? Wait. Did I lose? Must have lost it somewhere, right? Maybe I deleted it at some point. Oh, there it is. I'm so dumb. Looking at the levels scene instead of player scene. Okay. So, emit the start position. Set can shoot to false. Start timer. It's always emitting global position. Wait. because technically I would want this. Because otherwise, it doesn't update each time this updates. After I've clicked. Oh. Oh boy. I didn't actually set that to anything because it's. You know what? Oh, dang it. I'm gonna keep going for a little bit. I'm gonna keep going until I'm done. Okay. Oh. To use global. That's right. Just say global. Global. Right? Host start. Yeah. Shoot. Why is that not working? What am I doing? Oh, I don't want to emit. Duh. Okay. Now this can be. I don't know. Doesn't matter really, right? That's it gonna be. Wait a minute. Variable laser equals laser seen in stage view. Do I even need that? No, I guess not. I don't get it. Why doesn't that work? Does it not consider a position, like, is it different somehow? Wait. Hmm. How? Wait a minute. Maybe it's not that. What else did I change? I changed. What did I change? Laser, boolean, true. Position, global position. So that makes sense. I mean, it was still working after I got rid of that. Hey, welcome back. Or did it just never work with this? No, I think it did. What did I change? Wait. Is this not targeting the child? So like, darn it. What the fuck? With nothing there. Doesn't say anything. With Boolean here, this line becomes a problem apparently. Okay. Because I guess that means that this is working as long as this is. Or wait. I don't know what will fix this. Man, I am getting stuck like crazy. Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to make that different.
I noticed the lights were on and I thought you might be home. I wasn't sure.
Wait. What if instead of emitting global position and using that, well, I don't know, I just don't see why this is even an issue. Previously freed. So does that mean because it's added as a child here, this is where it should get its position, not in a different function? And so I think so. No, because this needs... Um... mm. Okay. So in this, which is a ready function, variable, this timer, get node, connect the timer's timeout signal to the node to which the script is attached. When the timer emits timeout, we want to call the function onTimer timeout that we need to define. Okay. So
the code. There we have signal laser, and this we are capturing inside of the level. We go to the player, there we have a laser, or a laser signal to be a bit more specific. And for the meteors, we want to connect a similar thing, except for those we can't do it because we are generating all of the meteors via code. As a consequence, we also have to attach a signal via code because we couldn't do it manually anymore. After that, we are getting an on-meteor collision, and that's all we really need. Also, there should be an underscore at the beginning to keep the naming a bit more consistent.
Okay, so should this just be in the ready function? And then this can be like on player position. Derived class of argument 1 previously freed is now so class of the expected. Okay, so I need to make sure that where is it? This is gonna be what's emitted here. Guess I could just rename it. Nope. What the heck? Um, missing connected method. Hmm. This is not really what I want, I guess, because I need specifically oh gosh, what do I need? No, that should be fine, I think. Hmm. This feels, I'm just getting lost. Okay. Well, the stream's been going on for a while, so I'm gonna end. I'll try and figure this out later.